Hello? Okay, all right. I'm so sorry about that. My microphone's again. Okay, so this is what I do. I'll talk for 10 minutes out of nowhere. So let's start again because I was talking. I hope that some of you can read from my lips. So welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to Creative Discourse. Welcome to my studio. I was renting 15 minutes about important stuff. So let me try again. DM7 was actually directed to you specifically that I'm here to help you with everything that I can do because I think that it's important for us to share not only the knowledge and information but also help. I will definitely try to check some of my friends whether or not they are capable or able to help in some capacity or some way. I wish I could go there myself and help you, but unfortunately I have another traveling schedule. As you all might know, I have to leave at 8 for my diploma painting and finishing my studies under a really difficult condition. So I can't go there myself and help you with that. Nevertheless, I was supposed to be there a month ago for a different venue, a different kind of exhibition. Actually, it was a what's the name? It wasn't an exhibition, it was a, well, it doesn't really matter, it's not important. So I was supposed to go there. Unfortunately, my friends, they got sick, so we canceled that. Perhaps they might still be around, they might have someone there to help you. I'll send out a couple of messages after the stream, and I will let you know if something comes up. But I can't promise anything. The percentage is very slim, it's maybe 1%. Unfortunately. But I still think that all these bad things that are happening before exhibition means that exhibition is going to be awesome. That's all I have to say. That is, you know how it is. That is a really difficult part, every preparation and everything. And then the moment when you're there, finally you see these beautiful paintings hang on the wall. And actually they're also bringing a joy to a lot of people. Me, certainly, I saw your paintings, not in life, but I saw the work, the progress, the incredible amount of dedication that you put into it. It's a testament of a painter, because that's what it is all about. It's an hours upon hours upon hours. So I think that your exhibition is going to be awesome, just because of these, not just because of these troubles, but that's just the accumulation of all the stress and tension that is there, and then you're pushing through, and it's going to be awesome. I'm pretty sure that exhibition is going to be awesome. And another thing is that, as you said, you got under the pressure also because most of the stuff that you had prepared for the exhibition, it's sold, so that's amazing, and it's already shipped to a patrons, to customers, to collectors. So that's another huge testament of a great work that you're putting out. So we're here to not only support you with the words, but also I will try to do whatever I can. I think that this is one of these examples when internet it can really get together and help people and connect people, and not only just creating these nasty comments and so on and so forth that are just, it's saturated with it. So let me see what I can do. Like I said, I can't promise anything. The only thing that I am annoyed about is that I'm not going to be participating in that exhibition, that I won't be able to show up to support you in person. But what I can promise, and I promised it before before I realized that I'm not even speaking to you, I'm just, but I'm just quiet, smiling into the camera. It's the fact that I cannot be on this one, but I'm definitely going to be on the second one. I'll do everything to be on the second one. So I hope that you're going to continue. I hope that you're going to keep working. And these they seem major issues right now, and I know how it feels because I am I am pushing the boulder in front of myself, and I'm tired of it. But trust me, it brings a lot of joy, and especially your paintings brought joy to me, looking at them, observing, discussing about them, creating all that crazy random ideas with our bed painting Fridays, and just pushing limits. Not necessarily, it doesn't need to be revolutionary, but we're pushing ourselves. And I am even after discussion through the Discord, and talking about the stuff that you're working on, just seeing you and the progress, and the amount of energy that you're putting there, it's humbling me 100%. So I have to start working harder and talking less, obviously. So I'm there with you, at least with the spirit. Like I said, hopefully I'll do everything that is in my power to be on the next one, to support you, because I think that your art is awesome. So DM, you are awesome as well. That goes without saying. So like I said, if something comes up, I will let you know as soon as possible, immediately actually. All right, that's that. And I completely kind of, and you didn't bring the mood down. I just, in my head right now, I go through that, the old, what's it, like a roller deck or whatever it is, and then you were looking through the numbers and you were trying to find the person. So what goes through my head, trying to figure it out, who and how could be there and help. So I'll try to do my best. Let me read a couple of comments. You know what helps me to go on with the gallery despite all mishaps is because of your stream. Always something going wrong, but we laugh at it. That's why I do. That's what I do now with my gallery thing. So you already helped me in many ways. I appreciate it. It's just that's what it is about. There is not end of the world. Luckily nobody died. Nobody's sick or anything like that. So it's just why, like, that's what keeps me sane as well. You're making me blush. Thank you. I really think that you are amazing. So you are, you know what, take a picture how you're blushing, and we're posting it here because that's what it is. And I know also the really, really bad imposter syndrome in the back of your head is just trying to convince you that you should probably let it go, and you shouldn't, because you're gonna take us the pleasure to see your awesome paintings. That's what I have to say. And if you can't do it, then no one else, because it's you, and it's going directly from your heart and soul. So please keep going, and please continue. And I'm gonna be here struggling, starting this whole stream. You remember, like, cameras are not working, mics are not working, brushes are falling. Yesterday, you remember when the little thing dropped on my finger? It's this big swollen, and it's all blue. It just really hit me hard. I almost thought that I'm gonna cry during the stream. These things happen, and we just push through it together. That's why the digital atelier means so much to me, to have people around that, It's funny that we found friends in between strugglers, and we're struggling with the same thing, and that's what it is. That's what it is. So let's struggle more with the painting. Let's enjoy it. Let's just sit down. And if you are really, really tired and you just want to relax, that would be awesome. You just go with the flow and enjoy the moment. I heard, I think it was that famous YouTube guy that was, I think his name is Goggins, retired military veteran, and he was a runner, and he ran till he destroyed his bones, that he cracked them, and it was extremely painful. And he mentioned that when he ran to finish, they wanted to help him, and he said, I have even goosebumps because it was like, why is this even possible? Why haven't I thought of this? And he said, I ran 100 miles. I think he said it was 100 miles. I just ran 100 miles. I'm in absolute pain. Let me enjoy it. I deserve it. It's mine. So that's how I feel when I paint. Let me enjoy that painful moments. They're mine. I deserve them because I just ran 100 miles. Right? That's what it really stuck with me because I think that it's applicable to this. Even what I do, I know how many people I ignored. I know how even my family suffers by the fact that I am painting and actually paying the most attention to painting, seemingly, just the object. But I treat it as a part of my myself. So I'm in I have to say, I don't want to say that I'm enjoying to suffer, but once it's there, I'm definitely going to take it as an advantage. It can't really stop me, and I think that that's what that's the mindset that helps you to actually overcome even way more complicated things. Let's paint. Let's just suffer through it and let's enjoy it. David Goggins. Yes, thank you, Talking Princess. Yes, it's a David Goggins. Yeah. Yeah, you talked about him before, but that's a great reminder. I needed that. Thanks. You get weight. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So thank you, Talking Princess, for pointing it out. It's David Goggins, and he's extremely popular on social medias. And I don't really know much about him. I saw a couple interviews with him, and even though we have completely different fields, that our interests are completely different, there is some truth and something that we can actually take into consideration from what he's talking about, because his dedication is exactly the same that our dedication is for painting. It's just a different field, different sport, right? So that's when I said that this is a creative discourse. We talk about books, we talk about right now even a military or athlete, a music. That is all about the dedication. It's that how much further you can push yourself, not anyone else. I'm not preaching anything except that if you on this path, just see where it goes and push as much as you can. And if you guys are all aware of that, if you don't like it, what's the worst part? For me, with the painting, I will just repaint it and do a step back, so I can always come back to a place where I feel comfortable and maybe choose a different direction. There is no harm done. You're not even wasting anything, because it's just that training. So you at least get that muscle memory and that a couple more hours. So let's go right into it before I spend 3 hours of preaching here that I have no business to do. So the gloves are on, almost. Tea is ready. Enjoy my suffering for a change, and see what's going to happen. I actually mentioned that I'm going to work on that right side figure, right? So, for those of you guys who don't know, I have the middle fragment or panel. That is the left side, and there is the right side, as we just called them here. And I have to work on that hand because I think that right now the hand is actually something that needs to be really, really, really resolved. It already sits in the place that I want it to. It's just kind of I still have a little problem with the size, maybe the direction, and I'm also looking on the size of the head, and that's just it might not be the right size. Right? So I think I could actually push the head a little even bigger, because even when I created the nose right here, just a little bit, I don't think that you can even see it. It's just a little smudge. I made it in the size of this opening, not the size of the head. His nose has to be significantly bigger. And that's what actually kind of creates that feeling of a face being too small, or head is being too small, or if you think that head is too small, maybe the hand is too big, right? But I measured it not only by eye, but also, you saw me measuring it back and forth with my trusted pointy stick. And I'm thinking, like, if I have my head size, and if I go, it's probably somewhere here, like 8 heads down, I should be like halfway through. So maybe when I'm thinking about the sheer volume of the head, maybe what makes that hand too big, it's the fact that I really can't see the full portrait. Otherwise it works. It actually, I think maybe it could get a little bit smaller. I'm just checking the size of the hand against this. No, this one is way bigger. We're good. So this is something, this is not, how would I put this? This is what happens, and I saw this with my drawings and my paintings, trust me, but this is what happens when you, for instance, when you only measure, or when you never measure. These are, if you measure, if you're not sure, or using it as a tool, that's a perfect. If you only measure and you don't ever go with the flow, with the feeling, and you only measure, it's going to be stiff, and you're going to try to convince yourself that you measured everything perfectly. So it has to be right. Because we are so hung up on exact measurements, and especially at the beginning stages. But hear me out here with the idea, or not even idea, that's something that was proven multiple times, not by me necessarily, but by hundreds of painters before me, is that imperfection, it's what people like, what people can relate to. That's the only thing. Whether it's a Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci, or it's I don't know, Raphael Sanzi, or we can go to a Rembrandt, and between there is a Velázquez, and there is a Rubens, Goya. Well, you can, I'm listing the ones that I like. Bruegel, right? I keep forgetting him because I didn't have that much time to get to a Bruegel book and really doom scroll through that. But you can see that they make mistakes, and not only mistakes, they're not mistakes that, I'm going to purposely make mistakes, but sometimes wrong anatomy makes a more pleasing visual experience. Sometimes the little mistake in when you play a guitar resonates to audience because it makes it closer to you. Because if the rock star that I adore makes a mistake, it makes it more human, it makes it closer to me, so I have a better and deeper connection with that. So I probably paint in a while, just need to chill, clear up my table. It's messy because it's the frames and packing I did for tomorrow. It's okay. Yeah, chilling is the best thing. Let's enjoy me suffering here for a second. For those of you who are into these kind of whatever viewing experiences, I guess. I don't know. So yeah. So that's what I'm going to work on right now. It's trying to, again. I tested with composition. I'm starting to liking these in the back even more. And it's just that I almost feel that this that is in the back, it could be like another separate painting because they seem like they have some agenda that they are I don't even know. It's just that's just so much story that I can extrapolate from these random shapes for myself, for my own entertainment. So So I'm excited. I also should probably look into this foot today, maybe. So I should probably put a mirror back on the floor and see what's up with that. The painting that never ends. This painting will end. And actually, speaking about never end, I already. This is. I didn't want it to start it with that, but there is a group of people that are going to check it out on Friday at 11. They just got somehow connected or touched, or someone refer this group of people, new patrons, to me, and they're going to come on Friday. So perhaps there is not only going to be a final moment for the painting, but there's going to be date when it needs to be finished. But this is just a extremely early stage, so they're just going to check out if this is something that they like. So let's see. That being said, Friday they're supposed to come at 11. So perhaps, it's not sure, but I might actually not cancel our bed painting Friday, but postpone it a little bit. That means maybe we will start at 2 Central European time instead of noon, just because I need some space there. After they leave, then reset things and then start painting. So that might happen. Just a quick heads up. When we talk about unfinished painting. "36 hours." Well, it's not that it has to be finished by the Friday. They're going to look at the painting whether or not it's something that it fits what they're looking for, right? And this is, since we're working with the larger scale paintings, patrons and collectors and so on and so forth, they like to be involved in the process. Sometimes it's beneficial, sometimes it's a pain in the rear. Depends the customer, depends on the patron, because some like to be really, really involved. They like to tell you that they want a different color, a different portrait, different hands, so on and so forth. It's more about you are trying to paint their ideas. That's slightly more difficult. This is a different case, a little bit, because I already have the idea, I already have a painting, and they're just going to see, because they've never seen this before. They just heard about it, that I have something. So let's see what's going to happen. So that sounds stressful. Is it stressful? I don't know. You're saying it right now, and should I start stressing out? I don't know. I don't know if it's stressful. Why do you think that it's stressful? What would make it stressful? The fact that they are not going to like it. Well, so many people that don't like what I do. This is one more. I don't feel that much pressure, but you can be a. I can confirm it's stressful, seems like a lot of pressure. Maybe you are right. Maybe I'm just, like in the human body, if you cut or if you feel pain in one part of your body and you hurt something else, you can't feel two pains at the same time, because somehow your brain can't, it's always the stronger one. I'm stressful from my departure. So I think of this as okay, they're going to come. It's not stressful because they're coming. It's stressful because I have to allocate another couple hours to them instead of focusing on what's in that future endeavor that I have. It's frustrating when your patron wants to direct you on your painting. Yeah, it is. But this is not the case because they're not patrons yet, so they don't really have that power of suggestions to me. Or actually, they have a power of suggestion. They can suggest and say whatever they want. But I just I can. if it's a good idea, I can implement it, but if it just not fit what I want to do, I don't have to. So that's that. And there is a lot of things that I changed, a lot of things that we discussed that I put there because I wanted to, not because I was told to do it. So that's a little bit more. That's what. I don't know. And here's the thing. It might set you back a couple of years. I'm being set 15 years back because of that. I prefer to give people a straight answer and truthful answer without any hidden whatever information, because you didn't pay for it. So I'm not going to tell you the whole thing. I don't really care about that. But at least that they know where they stand. And you can't, I mean, maybe first couple of years you're not going to be a bestseller, but at least you can actually create a truthful relationship with your patrons, and then they don't push you into something that you don't want to do because you kind of eliminated them. It's difficult to think that way, and I know because you have to support yourself, you have to pay your bills. But I have the different endeavors with the digital world and so on and so forth. When the customer dictates, it's more as a designs, and then they can do these revisions and so on and so forth. This is my personal work, and if you have no reason to change these things. It's not that kind of a painting, or it's not that kind of a project. Rather, right? It doesn't mean if it's a painting or whatever else. That you might be interested in or creatively. So I'm going to work on that hand. You saw me yesterday, I was playing with it, and even that mistake that happened with, again, my mics being completely off, the same thing that I started today with, because something is with my electricity probably. I'm going to blame it on electricity. It wasn't working. Electricity wasn't working. So while that happened, and we had like a 15-minute silent stream, it was kind of a, what would be the word? It was kind of a incredible moment that in that silent, I completely scraped it off, and I was thinking about different position, and I was moving things, and I saw my hand in the different positions. So I completely redesigned that throughout the stream, because the painting needed that. It didn't work the way that I wanted to. And I also solved the problem with the fact that these are the same, because this one is going this direction and this one is going to go this direction, right? So I don't have the same position, so they don't look that they're repeating each other in the same intervals right now, because these are going to be two completely different arms. I was actually even thinking, but there was a first in my mind before we put the card there, that actually this hand could hold the other part of that basket as a support, or like connecting them not only through the shape, but also through the objects that they are working on, or the walking with. I'm sorry. My brain is not braiding either today. It's just so many things that I'm trying to juggle at the same time. Don't jinx yourself. Next thing you know, you'll have a blackout, and we get no stream. Yeah, that's what's gonna. Well, here's the thing. That's what's gonna happen. That's for sure. In one way or another, this is going to happen, because that's you might want to think that I'm preparing these mishaps there, but that's a part of the life. I actually read. You remember I talked to you about me wanting to go to Japan and study calligraphy, because of that, people spend years, decades to learning how to move with the brush fluently to really, and I have a goosebumps. Look how big the goosebumps are, like really big. And they really trying to perfect that. There is also another part of that culture, and I forgot how it's called. I was just reading about that. It's the other way around. Instead of perfecting something, you know, even though it's not perfect because you have water and water does whatever it wants, but then they have something that there is a how it's called. So imagine that you have because it was described specifically with the tea and teacups. So imagine I have a teacup that I use for not only for drinking tea but also as a reference for bed painting Fridays. We painted a lot of these little cups, different shapes, different colors. But you can see how it's chipped right here, and then even you might have a crack through it. So instead of trying to fix it and cover it and paint it over it, they actually fill it with gold and let the crack shine because it shows the character of that object. It's being used. It's part of your daily life. It gets wear and tear, same as we do. So they are kind of accentuating it with like filling the gap with the gold, just to show you, oh, this is the crack. And I forgot what the technique, how's that technique called? But that's just such a beautiful. Oh yeah, I heard about that. No recall the name of it. I thought it was beautiful. Yeah, it's a very very long tradition. I don't want to say ancient tradition because I don't know exact dates and when and where it's originated. I think it was Japan. I'm not sure. It might have been China or Asian country. It might be, and it just shows that. It shows how valuable mistakes are and how beautiful things can actually come up with something that you would otherwise call a failure. Going back to you, DM7, and your mishaps with transportation, right? So it's just and another philosophical thing is that another philosophical thing that we like to joke about: if life hands you lemon, make a lemonade out of it, right? That will be like our Western appropriation of this idea, I guess. So these mistakes with the microphone that I had, the cameras, it just add the character. I'm not, I cannot necessarily, prepare these in advance. Even if I want to, I don't know if that's possible. But it's a part of that real raw atelier experience. So I'm gonna go directly into that painting. Let me just use anatomical references here real quick so I can work on that. And the other thing is, let me push the painting a little bit closer because it's in that it's a far away, and there is another thing that I didn't realize is that when it was like a silent moment, my brain was completely committed to things, so I moved a little faster. So that was another thing that to have that. Okay, I have the painting the other way around. Cool. So I don't disturb Twitch with a artistic nudity in the back. So hand. Another thing that I want to really look at is that, as I mentioned, you remember yesterday it looked really, really red. And as it's starting to dry out slightly, you see how the redness kind of, receding. And imagine that if I mix the actual pigment that I thought, and as it would dies in, it would just completely desaturate it. It would just fall apart. And this is the reason why I started to push way more chroma that I think it should have. This is the only reason, because of the experience of how it dries out and how the paint gets a little darker or a little duller, rather, I'm sorry, little duller. You can see the wheel, it's another day and it's getting even more dull for me. I'm trying to punch up the saturation when I work, and I'm going to do the same thing. Yesterday we talked about that limited palette. That's my starting point, and it's always going to be my starting point. Limited palette is something that, even though you see so many different pigments there, but you know, I barely use blues and greens, and I should start working more with blues and greens, maybe. And I'm going to throw some of that. I have so much of a light ultramarine, and I don't have a deep ultramarine, seriously? Well, that's going to be annoying. Let me try a different brand. Let's see what this guy's going to do. One that I'm not used to. And I'm going to clean up that a little bit, because I think you can see like this is already getting dark and sorry, my palette, and I forgot my trash can. And if you're asking me why am I keeping a trash can in the middle of a studio, in case of it start fire, so it doesn't catch immediately any other painting. So it's in the middle and it's in metal. It's a metal bucket. I would highly recommend you to have these. When you are in Russia, I'm going to assume that you'll get enough pigments to paint for a while, right? You know what? I don't know, because here is a problem. I don't really have a... let me put it this way. I'm going to be limited on resources because I can use only the resources that I bring with me in person. There's no really a way around that. Well, I have some friends that we already discussed that they may actually support me a little bit, as much as they can, but it's going to be tough. That's why I'm worrying more about this, because this is going to be a little bit more problematic. It's going to be challenging. I believe in you, though. Well, thank you. I know. Here's the thing. Like I said, that's why maybe I'm not that worried about the other stuff, because I have some other problems that I have to deal with. And I'm ironing again because this is all wet, and I want to iron the unwanted surface, because even though that surface gives it a little bit more character, right now at this moment I don't know if I want to have that that textures there necessarily, right? So I'm kind of ironing it out. I'm not scraping the pigment, because this would be scraping. I can scrape a little bit of this, right? Because there's another layers, but this is more. I'm pressing my palette knife straight, and I'm just, you know, like when you want to smooth a wrinkles on your t-shirt, use iron to smooth it out. So that's what I'm doing exactly. And right now I'm going to go a little bit more into that construction of a anatomically sound hand, because that's something that I need. And when I say anatomically sound, I don't mean that it needs to be exactly precise, but there are some angles that if you keep, it's automatically going to give you a nice kind of a hand. And I'm going to choose the priorities for me, right? So I decided that this is going to be a lighter part against the dark, and this, as it's darker, it kind of rolls into the back, which I kind of like. So I'm going to push maybe this even lighter, and I'm starting again with my trusted pigments, and you can see like I immediately just a little bit of pollution of that black right there, and it ruined my mixture. So I'm going to clean it up a little bit. So this is going to be my not clean white, right? And if I don't have a clean white like this, it's going to change an effect, and especially with these pigments that they are a little more susceptible to desaturation. So again, limited palette as a starter, because that kind of, and that's why I like yellow ochre so much, because that's something to work with. I'll like, look how much I have here on my palette knife. So that's what I'm going to start with, because I know that I need this much of it. I need way more than this, but this is going to give me a good starting point, because again, I'm going to scrape the ones that I don't like if I don't have a space on my palette, right? I'm going to scrape the pigments that I don't like. Where did I put my paper towels? There they are. And the same thing, I'm just going to go with white to make it slightly lighter, a little bit, maybe even more, because I need it even lighter variant of this. And I'm going straight with yellow ochre and white. And you might think like, okay, but this is not the skin color. You should probably add a little bit more red into it to make it slightly leaning towards that kind of a hue, which is that kind of a slightly warmish, orangish skin tone. But you know, I know that I already have a lot of red on this, which is kind of a fresh pigment, right? So I don't need to add anything. As I place the brush stroke, they automatically are going to introduce each other, these pigments. And depends on how I place the brush stroke, because I can actually load my brush with it fully, completely, and I can lay down the brush stroke this way, or I can actually push the pigment off this way. And you see, like this is when I'm laying it down flat, and this is when I'm rubbing it this way. So you can see the difference. These are the same brush stroke. I made them with the same brush. They just appear different, because the other one, it's slightly more transparent. And it's not because of transparent pigment, it's because my paint skipping through. And I pushed it a little bit more right now, because it's glass palette. There is nothing really to skip through. And I think that this might be too dark, so let me check that. Yeah, might be too dark, and maybe too much yellow. So I'm going to get a little bit more of that white mixture into it, and I'm going to place the same brush stroke. You could either overlay the one that you created, or again, you can come and scrape it a little bit, just a little bit. And you can immediately see that the yellow, it's optically mixing already with that redness. A Rembrandt's portrait has a lot of yellow-red brush stroke showing though. Yeah, absolutely. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. You are like, why would was he painting only with yellow ochre and white and vermilion and white? What's happening there? It's just that beautiful optical illusion. So I add a little bit more white into that, and I'm thinking, and there's anatomy, so maybe there could be a lighter, maybe a little bit here on the finger, and I'm going straight back and down. Maybe I could push it a little bit more diagonally, like this way. And scrape this side. So it's going to be here. And then I'm looking at it, and right now the hue means the yellow color, yellow hue. It's intervening with these yellows right here. So I immediately know that this paint has to go little bit more towards pink, maybe. I'll start with the pink, more like here, to make it a little desaturated. Oh yeah, this is better. Now we're cooking. Nice. So right now I am applying pigment and I'm scraping pigment simultaneously. And also, since I have a lot of paint and pigment still alive here, or when I say alive, I mean that it's still wet, I don't need to go and do anything else. I'm just right now sculpting with existing things. So right now I need this to be maybe slightly this direction and maybe softer here. Maybe I need a little bit more here where another knuckle is going to be. So I'm going to add a little bit knuckle action here. Yeah, and then one more here, and then the very small one on the bottom. So this is the direction of my arm. And it's just a little bit. These are just adjustments. And right now it looks like he's missing fingers, but that's okay because these are just the notes for me. And I'm going to start developing them. So this could actually go this way, and I'm going to create a better shape. So instead of this looking like a fingers, it's going to look like knuckles. And knuckles, they have, in this position, they have like a little diamond shape, kind of a feel to it. And this might actually can go all the way into your background, right? So slowly, right now, it's a little bit better. It's starting to look a little bit more like a hand, but I did not really push that much anything. It's a boring hand though, right? It's just, okay, it's a hand. But let's right now start designing it. Let's push more interesting things there, because we have muscles, we have bones, we have veins. And in my particular case, I have a lot of like veins on my hands. They told me that it's genetics. So that's that. I'm not really. And my hands are very similar to hands of my father, so I can confirm that it's genetics. And let me raise it up a little bit because I want to push it. I want it to be on my eye level. And I think that you can still see, yeah, maybe just a little bit higher. So you can see the whole painting, right? Cool. Nice. Because I was looking down and my neck, it immediately told me that, okay, dude, you have to put it on top. As you can see, like I'm hunched like this most of the time. It's not really... Got to practice a good posture. Yeah, we have to. Otherwise, there's no. What's the point, right? I'm gonna be looking. I'm already, locked in the studio, and right now you're telling me that I have to be like a hunchback from Notre Dame. That's his name. It's like I'm gonna be like all the way, all like this. I want to protect my posture because I want to be able to paint larger canvases. And maybe later on frescoes, because that's something that I extremely enjoy. Frescoes is my thing. You can't do frescoes if if your back doesn't work. Same. You want to do frescoes for like larger structures. That's just something that would be awesome. I don't think that they are happening these days as much because we have a different technologies to do that. So we don't need to do like a wet plaster and so on and so forth. But still, I would love to do that. So let me do this. Maybe I could put a little bit of a shadow right here. That would be cool. Underneath there. You know, right now what I'm looking for is volume and how to describe that overlap over that. Maybe a little bit more light right here. Finger could go also this direction, so maybe I could push it a little bit more here. This way and up. Right here rather. So I put a couple brush strokes and I'm stepping back because I need to see how it looks, you know, together. Maybe I could do, instead of the pinkish part, maybe I could go with a little bit of black and just make it slightly greenish, which might offset that. And this might be too abrupt, too harsh, but let me just see. Well, maybe not, maybe this is going to. Because what I'm thinking right now, halftone could be neutral. And it's just going to shine because it's kind of a neutral towards the green on top of existing red, right? So you can see slowly how that arm's starting to get volume step by step. Maybe a little bit more this way. And there's a little bit of curve right here, and then knuckle could go up right there. So I'm playing with the design of that hand, right? I want it to be, well, it does not necessarily need to be like a super strong, but I want it to give a little bit more of a character. And we talked about it yesterday, that it's not about the hand only, it's about the every moving part there, right? So it depends on your posture and so on and so forth. It's not just not just one thing that is happening there to show that hand. And then this could be actually a shadow, maybe. Okay, I have to make sure that this part belonged to a hand. Well, not hand, I'm just trying to, maybe a little bit this grayish, so we're going to turn towards a little bit more desaturated halftone. So it's going this way, here, here. Yep. This is the finger. And then maybe I could show a little bit of a and how it turns underneath, just a touch, maybe, I'm not sure. I could show a little bit more right here, suggestion of a, you know, like suggesting another finger. Right here, but then it's going to be cut there because there is a perspective There is another one, and we can't see the third one, the fourth one, I'm sorry. Fourth one. Okay, so it's slowly starting to look like a hand. But I won't be able to see any fingers, right? So that's what makes this slightly difficult for me. Because then you know, like you remember I mentioned that when you have a fist, like look how fist is smaller compared to as when you have it like this. So we used to see hands like a size of a face, but if it's like this, it doesn't look right. It's not, it doesn't look right, it's difficult to create volume. Or not even volume, it's not a problem to create volume, it's difficult to create that. Like the hands, they have a specific characteristic, and I think that I talked about that before, and that's why you have like there is a specific way or specific position for the hands, because a long time ago we already figured it out that some positions are not right, but then you have to go into that, then the photography showed up, and it gets a little bit easier, but still I don't feel comfortable with some of these photorealistic shapes. It's a preference. I prefer, I like a more naturalistic approach than photorealistic. But it's just a preference, so don't take that as something that. Another part is that I should probably bring something lighter underneath here, right, to show the bottom part of the arm. So I think I'm going to grab a slightly lighter value. And maybe a little of that green into it. So what I'm thinking about, it's instead of just drawing every little finger, I'll just show you a boundary. Right? So I put a little lighter value there, and automatically you just, oh, that's where the hand ends, because it kind of bled into a background. And sometimes it works. In this particular case, since I really need to put a lot of angles and shapes and details there, I'm going to first maybe overdo it, and then I can hide it again, right? So this would be part of his garment right there, because he's moving in the back, because he's moving forward, it's being dragged in the back, that's all good. And I'm going to use that lighter value underneath. You would probably never see this in real life happening, but this is when you start doing these adjustments to a real life, because it's important to, because it's not always about copying the real life. It's sometimes, as we talked about, sometimes a life hands you a lemon. So I'm trying to make a lemonade out of this lemon that I created here. And you can see how bad it looks right now. Ugh, it's just, and that's why when I'm looking at, like when I'm simplifying this is one line, this is the one line, and here's one line, and it just doesn't represent the hand in the best possible way. So I have to add right now more and more detail, and my mic dropped again. I'm sorry, just a second. In just a second. apologies for this. All right, we're back. Speaking of about being back, do we have? Aren't we supposed to have like a commercial or something like that? I don't know. Yes, no. Should I check that out? You don't see any ads, right? So I, again, tinker with that a little bit, but obviously it's not working. So, but I see the option here. Let me do this. Let me try to do this. If it switched into a commercial right now, we know it works, but I had to set it up always manually. And you didn't see the ads when you first came in. Well, that's a good sign. So let's try this. Let me try this. And if it switches to a commercial then or ad, then we'll take that break, okay? Just a sec. And I don't know what happened right now. All right. This is going to be, I don't know, I have to check it out, how it works. But I think that some of you, these ads are only for a subscriber, only for not subscribing viewers. So, but this should be actually a reminder to all of us that we should take a break, reset, have a little bit of have a little bit of take a little rest for your eyes so you're not looking at the same thing all the time. Or it's a time for you to clean your palette, maybe squeeze a new pigments on the palette. And also, another thing is that you could use a mirror and work with the mirror a little bit. So that's what I'm going to do. Yep. So there's too much, what I see right now when I'm comparing it, there's too much of a detail where it does not need to be that much of a detail, right? Let me double check the... Let me check if I can. Yeah, that's what I need. Okay, I see. I need a little bit more of the angle. Okay, I think this is going to work. And I think that we should be back. I hope we are. So that was our quick one test with ads. I don't know if this is going to work. It's kind of, like I said, it's in the testing stage. I don't think I like it. What I like is that I'm controlling it when the ads are going to go. I don't know. Probably it's not the best way because I can't really keep the time, but I'll try to. I should probably put the timer on and then maybe we should go through there. So anyway, we suffer through this. It's in the testing stage, so we're good. We're good. Let's get back to painting. Let's get back to painting. So meanwhile, I was actually analyzing what's happening right here, and it feels that it has too much detail in the back right here when I don't need it. So I will adjust that a little bit. So again, I can go there with a little bit more of a, like almost like straight this with a little bit more of a, and you might be like, dude, this is again such a red pigment. That's fine. It's because I want to work a little bit more with the saturation, so I want to see what's happening here. So I'll push it a little bit more this way. And then as it bunches here, right? And right now it looks too red, way too red, but that's okay because I am going to do this. I'm gonna go there with slightly greener mixture, and I'm going to optically mix them into each other. And this all could go not necessarily into shadow, but for sake of this, we can call it shadow. This is too dark, so I'm making it all lighter. Because if you want to have your shadows pronounced or, you know, like visible, they don't necessarily need to be dark. They have to be chromatic. That's something that I learned, that chroma, it's just it was like a completely something new, something different that I haven't seen before. And I've been painting for a long time, and chroma was like a scarecrow. Not even a scarecrow. Let me rephrase it. I didn't even know what chroma means for the longest time. Well, actually, one more. I need to rephrase it one more time. I knew what chroma is. I didn't know how to use it in a painting. Okay, and this should be bigger, so it should go all the way up here. Because it looks like the hand is too... Okay, all right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, so... a little bit of this darker value right now, because I have a lot of light values there that I need to fight. And when I said fight, I don't mean like literally fighting. It's more about overcoming that. Okay, and there's going to be here. And what I think is this is too big, actually too small. So this might actually be, I need to make that this a little bit higher up. Here, there. The thing that he's holding. Okay, nice, better. Yep. And then I think that this needs to go maybe even a little lower this way. Yeah, a little lower this way. Cool, so a little bit more of this. I'm just going to create a directional lines here. That will help me to see it. And I'm not outlining it, I'm just trying to divide the shapes and move in left and right before I actually do big changes, because I already have a lot of pigment here. And it's going to be more and more difficult, not even difficult, it's going to be more and more challenging to actually deal with all of that pigment there. And I should probably get more of that. Like see, like this would be the problem. I'm just trying to squeeze more pigment out of this. No, it's just already dried, and it wouldn't budge. So I need sienna, or actually burnt umber. That's what it is. I don't even know if I have a burnt umber. Do you have a burnt umber? I can use brown light as a substitute. Did I really use all the burnt umber? I have a raw umber. Actually, that's burnt sienna, rather. I'm lying to you. I have a transparent brown deep. I have a light and a deep. I have a little bit here. No, I have it. But I might use these browns because they seem a little bit more. This one looks like it's way too orangey for me. Okay, finally I'm starting to paint. I put colors properly on my palette this time, and no more templates because of the different pigments. I realize I always use different pigments from now on, so I'll just think them in the hue families, easier to know, remember where they are. Nice. That's really nice. That's really nice. Burnt sienna, maybe that's a good replacement for burnt umber and transparent red oxide. There are three, I think. There are three I can think of for that. Yeah. These are, but this I have a burnt. Well, here's the thing: when I have a burnt umber and burnt sienna, I'm thinking about sienna as being more towards a red-orange, and burnt umber more towards green. That's how I see it with my eyes. Or actually, that's not how I see it with my eyes. That's how it looks when I squeeze it from the tube. But I have these transparent transparent browns that I don't have that much experience with. So let's throw them there. Let's throw them into a mix. Let's give them a space right here because they're kind of dark. And I can use them as darks. Let's see what they're going to do. This is a transparent deep. And it's called transparent brown. And you can tell that I haven't used this for a while. So I'm going to, I have to get into that Narnia back here. Or you might call it the tool shack. I like to call it a void, abyss. That's an abyss right there. Wow, this is really dark. All right, let's see what's, now we're cooking with something new. Okay. And the reason why I'm adding these, because I want to add more complexity to mixtures, and I still want to keep them nice and fresh. So it's not necessarily I just use brown. That's exactly what I just that's what I did. And because we like to use the word brown, but then on that next level that you are approaching, a brown, it's not enough. Not necessarily that it's not enough. The brown description, it doesn't satisfy anymore, because you have to think about, is that brown leaning more towards what? More towards blue, more towards green, more towards red, more towards yellow, which would be green probably, right? Because you can get browns from mixing all the pigments together. If you mix all the pigments on your palette, you're probably going to get brown. People like to call them muddy colors. And then they like to refer mixtures with white as chalk. There is no such a thing as a muddy paint and a chalk paint. It's just you over mixing a pigment. And not only that you are over mixing it, you are not putting it next to a appropriate pigment. So the mud, it's because of something that is next to it. Mud cannot exist on its own, right? Remember this, if someone is telling you that your colors are muddy or chalky, it's because either that person doesn't understand how pigment works, or it's that, you know, that really maybe you can say distilled, the really washed idea of what the pigments are. Right? It's like when you play a telephone game, like someone at the beginning tells you something, and as it gets down to a last person, it's a really simplified version. Maybe it does not even make sense anymore. So when you think about it, all these colors, when I'm starting, and you can do this test at home, when you start mixing all the pigments together, you always get either chalky or you get a muddy. Like I said, there's no such a thing as a chalk and mud. It's just you overmixing it or placing chalky, quote unquote, chalky pigment or chalky mixture next to a muddy mixture. They say don't put white into shadows. Well, that immediately, if you hear this in any video or any stream, I don't think that they understand what they're talking about. It's a good way to start. It's a good way to think about it, but that's not that is impossible. I mean, looking through, even in Rembrandt, you can clearly tell that there was a white in the mix when he was painting shadows. But then he put a little bit more oomph to it on top of it, perhaps by glazing. That's what I observed when I was close to his painting and when I was making copies. Make sense? Awesome. Awesome. So make sure that you understand your mixtures and your pigments and get really, really familiar with them. Because that's what actually, that little thing makes you a better painter. Trust me. Or not even a better painter. That makes you leap miles ahead of even the people that are trying to convince you that you have a muddy pigment. And I'm scraping into the underlayers, and I'm just trying to shape and carve the pigment on my painting, like I would do with let's say sculpting, like removing some of the layers slowly, scratching into it. And I'm looking, and for the relationship, I'm looking what's happening with the painting. And I still feel that the hand is way too warm. So what I'm going to do, instead of making it like really, really with blue cool, I'm just going to grab more of this mixture to offset it, right? This is not green, but trust me, it's going to look like a green next to a red. How do I know that? I'll test. I've been doing this for a while. Here, and then a little bit here, in between these reds, just to show a direction. Maybe there is a little bit of a reflection right here into that shadow. And I know I'm destroying it right now. That's okay, that's fine. No worries, because I know the same thing with the wheel. I'm just playing and I'm looking for a proper, what would be the word? proper color combination, color harmony. That's what I'm looking for. So this is going to be a knuckle right here. So I'm going to push it a little bit more. Okay, and I need to change this. This is my, yep. Dark brown. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. This is what I was doing. Dark, deep brown, transparent. That's what I was missing. Okay. Because I felt that this umber, it's way too strong. Which is good in some ways. Yep, maybe we can try this for now and see what's happened. Yeah, I could push it from here as well, a little bit of that. Aren't colors and values relative anyway? So by saying don't put white in black is already isolating it into one color, describing the relationship. It has to the whole composition. That's why I never liked those books where it tell you to use this formula, like 2 parts of red, 1 part of yellow, and 1 part of white to make a skin color, something like that. Yes, it's all relative, and you know, you can push it as far as you want, and that's what I'm trying to do here as well. I'm trying to push it one way or the another, depends on my own liking and my own aesthetics. Because, I think that's why why people say that color is difficult, because I think that it's subjective. Value isn't subjective. Value is just like you can be off maybe a half value left and right when you're looking at it, but with a color, and especially even like such a thing as you being a different person. I know that there is a difference between male and female. Female, they have more of these receptors in the eyes that deal with color, where men have more of the one that are black and white. I'm not saying that that's a rule all the time, but in average, as far as the last test or last informations that I have about this, it's about that. It's a difference. There is a difference. I'm sorry, I'm trying to paint and talk and sound smart at the same time. It's not really working that well. It's already, that is a subjective what you see, right? Against what I see. So color, it's definitely a subjective. And it's subjective, not only your liking, but also it can exist, the color as we think about it, it exists because of the other things, right? That influencing a light. I don't know, I think cats or dogs, one of the animals, like a household animals, see only black and white. I think they're dogs. Cats. Maybe that's true. I feel like that when people say they are terrible with the color, 99% of the time it's because they have no idea how value works. And the color are actually influenced by the values, not the other way around. Yes. You can say, you can have as we talk about, you can have a same value of a different hues. That's basically impressionism. Not basically, that's just a very crude way of thinking about impressionism. It's not that simple. Not at all, actually. But they really play with that, with those values, and they're actually like you can see, shiny objects, they're going to look brighter because they reflect more light, right? And that's what you can do with the pigment. If I have a little bit more saturated pigment, it's going to be more prominent than something that is less saturated. So if I'm not mistaken, and you should probably tested this theory on your own, I think that you could have a same value different hue and different saturation, giving you a different effect. Maybe I should bring this a little bit more in, like so, and then show that there's a bone right here in the finger. I need a little bit more of the pinkish, a little bit more saturated pigment, because I see that I have a lot of color right now here happening, and right now I think that saturation and also shape, it's fighting against each other. Okay. I have my dark brush. A little bit of this. A little bit more definition. So it's going this way and this way. Darker, more saturated here because it's in the shadow and it's catching a lot of reflected light, but that's okay, I will deal with that later. And then I have this sticking out right here. Since I'm painting wet into wet, it's more about moving the existing pigment through the painting or redistributing it. So I don't need to right now do as much. I'm over exaggerating these things right now because I need to see it from a distance and the proper shape, and I could actually do this. I could bring that. And I could do the same thing right now. If there are things that I don't like, and there are there, I can just scrape them away. I told you this is going to be a rough day today because this hand is very, very important. And just a quick brush strokes are not going to do what I need it to do, because I think that there is a multiple. Nice, okay. Cool. So instead of me actually calling this painting, I just stain the canvas, and I get rid of all that. So it should be, this is what I'm looking for. Let's go even lighter. And let's hit it with a little bit of this. And you can see, like, I'm mixing, and I'm doing this. I'm going through the yellow all the way here right now. This is still not pure white. How do I know that? But look at this. It's just not even close. This is not a pure white, right? So you can already see the difference. So whenever you think that you can go lighter, whenever you think that you can go lighter, oh man, you can. Let's have a rough day together. I'm struggling to paint. Yeah, but here's the thing. It's just it's a rough day. I know how it is important. So I need to relax, because I'm going to be like, I have to do it. And it's just, it might work when you are, crunching numbers in, I don't know, the accountant firm, that you're going to sit down and you're going to count, and the calculator is going to give you the answers. Even though that's not that straightforward either, but it's not going to work here right now, because it's not what the painting has prepared for me today. So I'm going to embrace the having fun, and I'm going to think of today truly as an experimentational day. I'm going to come tomorrow and correct the mistakes. And then I'm going to continue working on it, and this hand is going to be really bad. And on Friday, these new patrons, they're going to come, and they're going to see, like, oh, he doesn't even know how to paint a hand. Well, not really ideal scenario, but I would rather than them tell me that I don't know how to paint a hand than having a hand that I don't like to look at or I'm dissatisfied with. And then I need these really softer transitions right here. So I'm going to tap the pigment. That yesterday I told you, and I'm tapping just a little bit. Not to smudge it, but just to make the softer edge. So the transition is softer, because there are no harsh transition there. The harsh transitions on that hand are only where the bones are. That might be why I'm struggling. I can't relax properly. I'm trying to though. Chill, Mac. Yeah, definitely. Chill. Just calm down. I know it's easy. I know it's easy to. I know how easy it is to say when does not involve, myself. But I'm under enormous pressure myself as well, and I'm the last one that should give you advice on how to relax. Painting relaxes me in a way. Or actually, no, it's the same substitute. So as I talk about with that pain, not paint, pain. Like if your left arm hurts and you hurt your right foot, and the right foot pain is bigger or stronger, your brain is going to ignore the lesser. So I know that there's a lot of things that I have to deal with. There's a lot of things that I have to be paying attention and maybe preparing, right? As like preparations for my trip. And I'm annoyed by these things enormously. It gets me out of the zone. So I'm in the studio and right now I paint. And since I'm painting, this is a greater suffering for me than anything else, including these difficulties with my trip, right? So I am actually substituting one paint for another, and that's what makes me relax, I guess. I don't know. I guess this is probably the stupidest way to think about it, but it's honest. You know how when you procrastinate, you're actually not procrastinating necessarily, but you're dealing with the stress. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm dealing with my stress by doing something that I like to do, which causes me even more pain. But, you know, it's that the good kind. Yeah, normally paintings relaxes me too. Okay, gonna make it greater suffering. I like your way of thinking. I don't know if that even remotely makes sense. But somehow, it's helping me to get through difficult things. And another very important thing that helps me is to old school divide and conquer. So I know how difficult it is to finish the painting and so on and so forth. But then, you know, when you divide that into a smaller, more manageable chunks of problems, right, then it shouldn't be that difficult. And I've been working on this for a while, and I am going to travel without it, and I was planning to bring it. I'm still working on this, because this is something that it's part of, you know, part of the experience, part of my experience. So Goggins' way, I'm going to embrace that. I'm going to embrace that. And I'm going to enjoy that pain. It's mine. I deserve it. Don't you dare to take it away from me. Okay. So right now it doesn't look like a hand, but we're getting there slowly. It looks like a, and this is my biggest fear. It looks like a Lego hand, you know, like from the Legos. So let me just go with a more aggressive saturation, maybe right here. The knuckles are, so we have a clear distinction. Right, so they're just pumping out. Okay, they're out of the place right now, but that's awesome. because it gives me a little bit more space to play with other pigments. So it would be, what would be the top of the form? So it's going this way, right here, through. Through here, and this is all lighter on this side. And then I can do the same thing right here, just a touch, softer value, and then tiny bit right here and then here. Okay, all right. Yeah, and suddenly, right now, I can tell immediately, suddenly, this hand, it's getting a little too underdeveloped and a little too dark, but it's okay. And you can see, like, suddenly there is a difference. It might be not the difference in terms of how they're holding it, but we're working on it. We're gonna fight with that as well. There is another thing, that this finger looks like it's too thin. But that's just because it does not have a shadow properly executed. I need more of this. And I'm going to go into a shadow with a little bit of white myself. But the little bit of white still, you see, like it made it white, but then I have to add a little bit of that saturation. So I'll go a little bit with the red and a little bit with this. I am making it lighter, but I want to keep the saturation. So if someone tells you that you cannot go there with into shadow with the white, he or she or they does not really understand what they're talking about. You can and you should if you need to. And if you don't feel comfortable doing it, then don't. That's okay. That's fine. But remember that there is that possibility. And sooner or later, trust me, you're going to find yourself into that predicament that, oh, I have to repaint my shadows. And this is the moment. Like you see how much I'm missing right here. It's cut abruptly. So I'm going to push it even more higher up because I need more detail here. I need to make this a little lighter. I think that that's what anatomically should be working. Yeah, that's a. So I'm gonna grab this really, really light pigment right here that I have, right? And I know that this is my clothes, and it shouldn't be, but the light shape continues all the way here. And then this is a wrist area, so it dips a little bit. And I'm cutting it right on the wrist area with the fabric. So I'm gonna paint into it and change it a little bit. And I'm tapping it and making it really, really soft. Right? So the hand is starting to be a little bit more believable because the little chunk was not enough. It's just distorted the feeling of a hand. And you can start seeing how the hand, it's going to be a little bit more believable. Not because this is wrong. This is wrong. I don't have this properly attached. There is a good rule there, another rule. There's something that you can observe with the masters and the way how they paint and how they actually sketch. Whenever they cut something off, they paint it next to it, so they have the overall feeling of a form. They have like a, so it's not cut not necessarily inappropriately, but you don't ever cut a figure through the knees. Because there it's going to look like they are amputated. You cut it halfway through the shin because then it kind of continues the idea. If you cut it exactly where the knee ends, you feel or you think that the knee ended there, right? And this is exactly what's happening also when you're putting a clothes on the figure. If you have this kind of a complicated way, not a complicated way, this kind of a distorted or wrong angle, a problem might be with the cropping, not necessarily with your painting. And I should probably push like really, really warm a line right here. So I'm going to clean my, oh, I have the dark brush here, I'm sorry. So I'm going to clean it to make that it's really, really clean. Wipe that excess mineral spirits from there. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna grab the bright pigment. And you can see this is not chalky. I add the white there, but I need a little bit more saturation. So I'm going with a little bit more red, which is turning into orange. I don't want it to be orangey because we are outside, right? So maybe the better, so I'm gonna clean my brush again. And this is my thought process. And here's the thing, you mix the pigment, and the worst part is to realize that that's not the one that you wanted to, and you spend so much time on it. If there is a pigment that you don't like, or the mixture that you don't like, why put it on canvas? It was happening to me all the time, and my master asked me like, why? Well, you don't like that color, right? And I don't. So why did she put it there? Well, because it was mixed on the palette. Like this, just, but really? It's all that it takes. So I'm going to start a different mixture. It's the same, that dark brown that we used. I'm going to hit it with a little bit of white to see how it actually looks, right? And I can tell that it's going slightly more towards that green only because of the red next to it, but this is still very orange, right? So I'm going to go yellow. I'm going to push it yellow. So I'm turning more and more towards yellow, still keeping it saturated. These are all shadow pigments, right? Like look at this, like this is my light, there is a shadow immediately next to it. You don't need to go this dark to create shadows. And let's test this, because this one is going to look like a nice kind of a reflection from all these things. So I'm going to create kind of like a quick outside edge for myself right here. And it's not only works as a dividing line, it's the reflecting into my hand from here. So I'm kind of matching these color harmonizing them. Not exactly, but it gives me enough room to experiment right now and move forward and ask myself, is this hand working properly as I intended to? Maybe I should go even further and give him more of a detail, or going even higher with that arm. I don't know. Right now it looks too thick, like here, around here. So this showing me that maybe it should go slightly slimmer right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab that dark value that I have here, because this probably could go darker, because that's somewhere where the shadow is, right? And I'm cutting it here. Then there is a, remember I was showing you that and I'm cutting it in. And I'm asking myself, is this representing the hand better? Well, maybe not, because I think that I should cut it here a little bit more, this way and this way, to get that feeling going there. And then there's another problem, because these right now are not working. These are not proper light shapes here, right? So what I could do, I could bring again the lighter pigment here and create a better connection, because they would be connected through here a little bit more. So this is going to be a lighter shape right here of my arm, or of my forearm rather. And I'm thinking right now, I'm looking like this might be a little too big maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Let me maybe even give it a little bit more of this. Well, it's just, maybe we can paint it all in there. I don't know. Maybe. Or just ghost it in. My brush got dirty because I bumped into that. But that's okay, because right now I can use that existing thing and, you know, make the softer transition. And you can see how immediately that hand's starting to be a little bit more believable. It's not because of I changed anything with the fingers. I was missing that feeling of connection there, right? So this is very, very important. Really, if there is something that you would take away from today's stream and our today present issues that I have right now with this, it's the answer of a problematic area right here. It's not necessarily about this part, it's about surrounding areas. Going back to the same thought with the pigment, there is no such a thing as a muddy color. There is no such a thing as a chalky pigment or chalky color or whatever they call it. It's just you're either over mixing it or creating a wrong relationships between the pigments. So, and the problem is that here it has to be thinner, but this way I can go thicker because that's already my forearm. And instead of me looking at my hand like this, I am looking on the side, right? So right now it's thicker and this is thinner, but it did not change the size of this part, the forearm. I agree with what you said on pigment. Okay, so that means that you agree with the pigment. You don't agree with the idea of that the problem might lay something else. Am I understanding that correctly? Which is, if you don't feel like that's true, that's okay. That is okay. That is actually not even okay. I think that. That might be even more beneficial for you specifically, because you have your own way how to deal with this complicated setup. I go always to the point, everything is painted, and then when this is painted and I see that it works, I can start then putting maybe some new ways to describe the arm, maybe slightly different position, maybe something a little bit more interesting, and so on and so forth. So. Well, I agree with all. Did you just? It's so funny. It's so cool. I love when I do not react on when I love when I forget to react to chat and then I just randomly read it and it's already 3 discussions later, and then I can. It's also that I might have missed one things you saying. Painting and reading at the same time, it's tricky for me. I need two set of eyes. Yeah, you should have that. I saw it right now. That's what I want to purchase next. It's because I'm trying to look on the camera when I'm talking, but it's such a weird feeling to, and even right now I'm trying to move my eyes away. It's such a weird feeling for me. I'm not even that good with looking into other people's eyes as well. So what I actually saw is these they're called teleprompters, but you have like a little thing in front of your camera. When you are looking directly, there's a text there or something, you know, that you can focus on. So I'm thinking to get this. Or I should have those glasses that they actually show me what's happening and where I'm looking and how does it look. Because that was probably the worst part, looking at myself in a camera and hearing myself. It's really, really hard to get over that. I think that's for all of us. It's just you've never seen yourself on TV. You can't really ever see yourself realistically, right? Because you just, you know, you can't pull up your eye and just look at yourself to really understand who you are and how you look. So you always see just an illusion of yourself. I had this philosophical argument with my sister actually about one of my self-portraits that I made. And she said that it doesn't look like you. It's not you for me. I see you differently. And she pointed out that, oh, the nose is the different way and this and that and so on and so forth. And I was trying to explain to her that you're absolutely right that it's not a visual representation of me, like photograph. But this is as best and as close as you can get really seeing me as I see myself, if that makes sense. And then, you know, and it's not even an argument. We had like a discourse rather, to be. So I don't want to. Okay, the arm is there. I'm feeling a little better about that. And you can even see right now, I'm using the same pigments, but because of the really, really cold underpainting here, or not even a cold, the dark underpainting, applying the same pigments, it's making it cooler. So you are creating a transitions immediately with the same pigments. This is something that you should take away from a Rembrandt's a book, or his paintings rather. He does this all the time, so good, that you kind of like, okay, you believe that. And I think that I should maybe push this a little bit more this way. Oh yeah, way better, way better. Maybe I could push this even more right now. And you can see immediately how that small hand or small arm suddenly. And also, don't really pay attention to these lines right here. What I'm doing is I'm creating a boundary. And since I have wet paint right now, I would not leave this dry out because then you would have a line all over the place. You can keep it that way. It's an aesthetical choice. But right now, since I have the dark value there, I go with my skin tone pigment and I'm dragging over it and it's automatically mixing and creating a soft edge the way that I want to. That's why people love to paint wet into wet. I'm actually getting a little frustrated with a small canvas. Also, that hand looks good so far. Thank you. It's not really, I mean, let me just zoom on it because it looks really weird right now, perhaps. Weirder than I want to. But just to get you a better idea, oops, what I'm dealing with here. A little closer. Can I get closer? Yeah, so this is where I'm at right now. I don't know, I don't think that this is really a good quality image, but it will get you what I'm talking about. So I have these lines right here, and instead of focusing on the line, if I go there with a brush, it softens it up and it just kind of creates that that it's receding into a background, right? But I have to be careful, not overdo it, because then everything is going to be soft. And some lines I want to have soft, some I want to have some transitions. I'm sorry, not lines. Some transitions I want to have soft, some I want ultra soft, right? So if I want to bring this finger a little bit more up, I simply need to go a little bit more sharper to show that there is a finger in front of another thing, right? So I might have pushed this a little bit more. But then what I'm looking at and what's distracting me right now, and you can see it as well, I'm thinking about this even with fingers. This line and this line are exactly the same. And that creates that kind of I don't know, something that I don't really like. And you can see this, that painters, whether it's a surgeon or whatever, you pick whoever you want, they sometimes maybe put the pinky out, right? Because they want to destroy that absolute horrifically uninteresting kind of a fist a situation going on there. So they might put the pinky out, they might do some random unwanted things with the hands that in the real life you would never, and you can see this with like a really dramatic paintings that they have like, okay, I forgot that. You can't really see me and I'm showing things. So let me zoom out. Okay, you can see these really kind of almost like this kind of a position for the hands, or they're doing like this maybe. You can't even do it with the hands properly, but what they're trying to do, they're trying to find something a little bit more interesting, because painting hand like this, it looks like 5 sausage links on the, you know, sticking out of the plate, or I don't know what to say there. So that's why you see so many hands and like really cramped position that you would otherwise haven't seen. That's how you can immediately see whether or not it was painted from life, or it was painted from a photograph, or whether or not painter understands how to create an illusion of a 3-dimensional space out of nowhere. And there are painters that they are really good at it, and there are some that aren't. And there are some, like Rembrandt, they can just throw with 5 brushstrokes and claim that this is a hand and prove me wrong, I'm a Rembrandt, right? And that's what was in his head. That's what I picture that is in his head, that he went really all in with that idea that I'm a Rembrandt, I already painted everything, I have nothing to prove to anybody, I'm just gonna do this. If I want to paint a perfect hand, I can. I'm thinking about what Rembrandt would think, right? I painted portraits for the richest people on the planet. I did the biggest and most ambitious painting with the night watch on the side. No, just absolute amazingness. I can right now absolutely freely paint whatever I want. And you can't prove me that I can't paint it. I already did. Maybe have his pinky finger extended like a French would. When holding a teacup. That's exactly what I was thinking about. And you are not far away, because that was the first thing that would break this just a dull shape into just pushing that pinky out. That was the first thing. And not even the pushing it out, maybe just making it lower, like right here, right? So look what's going to happen. I'll just show you. I'll do it with the slightly lighter pigment, so we can then have fun and see if it's going to work. So instead of going it in and holding it, maybe it's just right here, like so, a little pinky, right? And immediately you would be like, what's that? Is it a hand? What is he? How is he? That would be the sounds, you know. I'm trying to put the sound on that. So what I'm going to do right now, I am going to describe these fingers a little better here. So and I'm going to actually draw in. Oops, this is the darker one on that. I want clean pigment. So I'm going to into this dark. Oops, this is what I wanted. Never mind. I'm going with the slightly darker, and I'm going to ask myself, let me see, what time is it? Okay, we have 2:28. We should hit another couple minutes break. So what I'm going to do right now, instead of keep this straight, I'm going to find where the fingers are and try to overlap them. So this would be another finger here, and this one would be here and here, right? So I'm going to create like a stairs. Something like a stairs. To show you a little bit more, if I have this light pigment right here, and I'm going to over-exaggerate this, so you see the little stair steps right there that will help define the fingers a little better. And then it goes here. like so, right? See, so suddenly, and this is just a silhouette. It's starting to work a little better, and step by step, slowly by slowly, that doesn't work, but slow progression. And then what is next to actually make it even better? So I know that this index finger has to be closest to me, so I'm gonna render the hell out of him and push it forward. I'm gonna make sure that this part right here, it's facing me as a viewer, right? Because not as necessarily a viewer, but that the rotation of that card and the direction is important. When you check that Rembrandt that we talk about, he put that finger on the top to show the direction. Such a bold move, so good. I don't want to replicate that, so I have to find another way how to solve the problem. Maybe I could even throw something a little bit more, like to offset that, maybe to show that it's also a front part, something lighter right here, to push the form, turn a little bit more, right? So it's starting to push towards us, the hand and arm, or forearm and the hand and wrist, starting to rotate more and more towards me. Another thing that I would probably should do is to make a light right here on the top. That's another good thing to do, to show the circular or whatever, thing that they're holding in the hand. Because your arm or your hand automatically, when you're just trying to hold something, it's going to follow the shape, or trying to follow the shape, right? So doing this and maybe pushing even something like find the way how to describe this. Check this out. Just to show you that if I put a opening right here, and I'm doing it with like a really bad brush, if I put the opening right here, you can immediately see that it's pointing towards us. That's all I had to do. And it's immediately sticking towards us. I'm thinking about this because for now, and this is good why I never throw these away from the paper towels, or very rarely I'm throwing them away. So instead of looking at it like this, being flat, I am turning it and look like, instead of looking at this flat, as it turns towards me, the opening shows, right? And depends on how much of the ellipse I see, that shows me the rotation and direction, even in that foreshortening stage, right? So fun to play with. And, check this out. I can, I'm holding it right now and I have a black glove, but I see the exact contrast. So this is what you see how bright this is because it's lit by the sunlight, and how dark is this part. So this is what I have to create, like this kind of a feeling, the three-dimensional, right? And as I move, you see like my knuckles, same idea. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to offset that finger so it looks slightly different, maybe something like this to push it even more. He would never hold it that way, but for you as a viewer, you have to see that arm and hand better, because it's almost like a focal point. It's not almost like a focal point. It is a portrait of this canvas. It is going to be portrait of this canvas, right? Because not only because it's almost in the middle of a canvas, but it's also a something that is closest to us. Like when you think about a picture plane, and if they would be going towards us, right? The first thing that you would hit would be this, if you want to go into depth, right? Because he is the farthest in the front, and this arm, it's farthest away. So when we think about atmospheric perspective, this is a focal point, and these slowly, as it recedes in the background, it's like a mountains, right? It's not that far apart, but we can use the same logic. And we should take, again, a couple of minutes break. So let's do a quick break and see what's up. Or should we wait for a commercial break? I don't know if there's even a commercial break happening. Because I can't. can't really. Yeah, let's because I think that there is another hour. I think it should be going just. Do we have a timestamp on the messages when we were talking about that? Yeah, I should probably run a. I should probably run it. Actually, you know what? We can take a 2 minutes because I want you to step back from your painting. I'm again starting to overwork this area. I can feel it because it's a lot of paint. It is a lot of underpainting. It is not necessarily losing the freshness, but I am too involved in this. Let me just correct this because right now this is what bothers me. I know that it's just I'm over exaggerating it. For now, but maybe there is a time for me to focus. Maybe I should start figuring out what's happening right here with this, with his body, just to give myself a little bit of a. Last was 126, and right now it's 234. Okay. 126, and right now it's 1435. Okay, all right. So we can take a short break. The ads, I don't know. I pressed one manually. That's it, and the window or the option is not there anymore. So we're good. I'm just gonna switch it to be right back. This is and I should probably make another a template, not necessarily that be right back, but a break to reset, break to clean the palette, a break to refresh yourself from being too consumed by the one spot. That again, this might not be a problem necessarily. This might be actually already a good hand. Maybe I need to start working on the handle, probably more detail right here. I don't know. I'm just too consumed. Maybe I should actually put the foot down to see what's happening here to get me a little bit distracted. So this would be something that I would call I wouldn't even call that anything, but this would be something that I would think of as a helpful procrastination. So I know that I have to work on this arm right here, but at this moment I want to relax a little bit. So I'm going to work on something less intensive, something that might give me a little bit more fun and relax a little bit. Okay, so 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back from the short, quick break. I hope that you guys are remembered to step back from your painting, analyze it maybe a little bit, maybe just walk away. I walked away. I brew or steep a new cup of tea, and I'm refreshed. I'm ready to continue. I see another problem right here, and maybe I could just make a sleeve and show a little bit of a the roundness of the sleeve. That would help. I'm not sure though if that's absolutely necessary for that. And then also I feel that's a feeling, right? That this area here, it's bigger than this one, and this should be bigger. I mean the side plane, it's thicker than the front plane, right? When it comes to my particular position of the painting. So I think that I need to move this a little bit more this way, and that will give me, because right now it almost feels like this is way too small compared to this, right? So I have to push. Okay, yeah, let me see. Let me just make the quick adjustment that I can push this more this way and then this way here. So the side plane, it's slightly bigger. Yeah, and I need to right now create a transition. That means that this is round all across, right? So it's going this way and then down. So this should be even darker then. And I'm going to pop the gloves. Gloves back on, so we can continue. And also another thing is that I should probably move it a little bit so I can see the things behind, because I'm getting a little too carried away with just one one thing. Of course, this is right now too tall. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at it as a whole. Because that's something that it's important for me right now, to see whether or not I'm not overworking, or if I'm matching the paintings the way that I want them to, because they are, as you know, work as a group together. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Right now, as you can tell, they have hands. The only problem right now is that this hand right here, look how suddenly it's underdeveloped. So there's going to be another task pushing this hand even more. Since we are in the topic of hands, that's just to see how it's just not alive looking right now. It's like a too monochromatic almost, which is not necessarily what I aim for. And an even better shape for this, because from a distance when I'm looking at the camera, and I know the camera cannot pick up everything, but it's just it's more about how would I put this even? Let me think about the what would be the I'm thinking more, like I can tell that it's overworked, for sure. Shape is not there. Shape is not there. So the shape of the finger needs to be a little better right here. It needs to be, and when I say needs to be better, I don't think it needs to be more detailed. It needs to be redesigned, or even, I would even use a word, I don't know, redesign is probably the right word. And there's a question, what's the better, what should I do? I'm pretty sure that you had the same moments. Should I keep grinding and continue working on that and really, really, you know, get even better representation of the hand, or should I relax a little bit and really move to another part to paint something else? Maybe. Yeah, maybe let's look at a little bit. Let's maybe push this area right here. Oh, it's still wet. This area right here to see what's up, and how can we relate these two things to each other. And maybe to find a way how to incorporate that arm, or actually forearm, rather. I remember that I saw like it's not necessarily a poncho, but in Middle Ages they used to have like a long sleeves, so you protect your arms, right, because of a cold, but they were not enclosed, so you could actually lift the hands out from it. So there was like a slit in the, and when you let them go down, there was, you know, you were in a oh hey, unknown art, good to see you here. But what I'm sorry, I just got distracted. I was looking at the chat. So that's what I think I need to do, and I really have to check how to do that. Perhaps that might be the answer. So instead of giving him like a, you know, like a rolled up sleeves, because I have already rolled up sleeves, maybe he can do like a slit into his like a special, you know, the striped one that I had. So his hand is going to go like in the weird way. It's going to show from maybe like cut it like this way. Even I don't know. It might be like we need some variety there. So that would be one of the things to look into. And I also feel right now that since I put the, and man, I have my fingers dirty. Why am I doing that? Where's my pointy stick? Okay, there it is. So what I'm trying to say is that maybe this is not in the right spot, because right now as I curved it here, I made him with the like thicker than he needs to be maybe. And instead of pushing this direction, maybe I should just go cut it in this way, which would push him even more forward, his body, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm not saying that that's what I want to do, but that's what I'm thinking. That you remember, like his legs are going this way, and then he's leaning a little bit more forward here because he wants to use that gravity to push it. So instead of me actually standing upright and trying to do step and then pushing this, because that's muscles, I need really use a lot of energy. I'm kind of free falling, but I can't fall because there is a cart behind me, and I'm kind of that kind of stopping me from falling. That would be going back to that idea of when we think about, and I'm sorry you can't see the whole painting again. My apologies. Let me just adjust it a little bit. That's what I'm thinking about right now. And also, I should probably push this a little bit more chromatic, because right now it looks like he has a sleeve underneath that. So that's one thing that I can do really quickly, just bringing more saturation to it. And that will kind of maybe even create a better. So this is where the hand is going to go this way, and maybe soften it a little bit, just a touch. Maybe even push it this way, so it's going to be lighter here. All right, so I'm trying to connect the arm a little bit more, so it feels that it's connected by the. Oh, I know what the problem is. I think. Okay, so there is a. I'm missing. So this is the top part right here, and I'm missing the other side of the wrist. Okay, it would be here. All right, right now it works better. Well, not work better as a painting, but right now it makes more sense. It makes more sense to me right now. And another problem is that I think that I'm over exaggerating this part right here, maybe, and it looks like a finger, and these are not looking like a fingers, perhaps. So maybe I need more of a light right here, perhaps. And that would make this slightly darker, connected here. And instead of having a line there, I'm actually creating a transitional value, because that was kind of breaking the form. And you remember, that's what I told you, that the moment that you start putting lines, lines are actually separation of a flat surface. Values and the rendering a form, it's a separation of forms. Yeah, a little better. And I also have to show the clear distinction, because right now this looks like a finger that is not actually properly, that it's cut. So I'm going to show a bottom plane as well. So it's going around. This is a little too exaggerated, but it's okay. That's fine, because I need to show the finger it's actually being bent, not cut, because it was like a straight. It was exactly like it was amputated where the joint is. And then I need a little bit more light here on the top, but I put but my brush is dirty, so I have to wipe the brush. And let's put a little bit more of a, not necessarily highlight, but there is like a little peak of the form on the top right here where the knuckles are. So that will show you the height of the form a little better. And then this needs to be adjusted, because it's that will show that knuckle a little bit better. And then I should probably incorporate it with that shadow. So I'm creating a lost edge instead of like a visible core shadow, to create a little bit more variation, a little bit more of that three-dimensional form. And I still feel like his hand, it's too green up there, because I put a lot of yellow in it, and when it mixed, as it mixed with the layers underneath. So I'm just going to do a little bit more of that warmth there, and then soften it. I put my gloves down, and then immediately I'm there with the fingers. Immediately, that's how much I love to paint with fingers. And then I can maybe push this even lighter here. That will be kind of cool, I think. That will show the form even better. So I'm gonna go with a little bit more of a saturation. Let's hit it with more of the lighter value. Nice. And that would be this right here. Harsher line, just the brush stroke, because this is going to show me the bone, where that bone is. And then maybe I could just do a little softer transition right here, instead of making it that dark. So you connect it together, so it doesn't belong to that background. Yeah, it's starting to slowly feel a little better. Maybe right now we're starting to get somewhere. Perhaps this could go a little lower, actually. So I'm going to push that a little lower. That brush stroke, the same brush stroke. And it's really thicker pigment. Because that's, that was going to create that feeling of, oh, there is something harder there, right? Which is the bone sticking out. Maybe I could just cut it here a little bit. and then push it this way. Nice. And then maybe I could put a little bit of reflected light right here. As it touches. And you might think like, oh, you're going there with the white brush. Yes, but I have a pigment there. So I'm already mixing it in. And I'm going back and forth. I'm trying to create a line and mix the pigment directly on the canvas rather than just... but then also, maybe, let's see. Maybe we could throw a little bit more interest right here. So that would be a shadow maybe here, or not even a shadow, maybe that kind of a warm reflection from there, which would connect this a little better. Because I need to curve that arm that way. And then here on the top could be a little lighter. Not because I need to, but I want that little bit of a contrast. So I cut into that shadow to create a soft transition. Maybe this way. So it's not necessarily a shadow, it's like a warm halftone that's helping me to curve the hand or to show the volume on the hand. And my brush is dirty. Let's see if I can wipe a little bit off. And then this could be another. Maybe that could go red as well, because that's a knuckle on the thumb, not thumb, right here. Not really a fan, but let's see. Yep. Maybe too much, that's okay. I'm going to grab a little bit more of a lighter variant. A little bit more of the yellow to punch up the saturation, perhaps just a touch, maybe too much. And I'm going to carve into this. Show the thumb a little better, and then I have to, since I can control only a one edge, I want to also bring and correct the thing that he's holding, the pole or whatever, handlebars, however you want to call it. So that would be here, coming on this way. Oh yeah, it's slowly getting there. Maybe this could go a little bit less right here. Oops, this one. A little bit more of that right here, the light. Cutting in, there's a slur into that knuckle, so it does not protrude that much. Perhaps, yeah. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I think this works. For now, it works. For now, it works. Another thing that is going to help that hand is when we start defining some of the shrubbage, or whatever the shrubbage. I don't think that's even a word. the plants, grass, and so on and so forth. Because right now, again, you can tell that the arm, the same thing, or the hand, or the fist that he's like have there, is just out of the place because nothing else is defined, right? So the moment we start, moving and pushing and pulling things, it actually, I might have actually overextended. Maybe it could go a little bit closer here. Let me see that. That would give me a little bit better angle. Maybe it should go this way here. That might, because everything goes that direction and then it cuts. So I'm going here and then there, and maybe the dark value. Let me just, and these are, you see, like these are quick adjustments. There's nothing necessarily that different there. This might actually help it a little bit to show that break. Maybe, yeah, maybe this is better. I think this is better. It still looks that it's really big though. Maybe it's too big, I don't know. Let me check my trusted mirror and see what's up with the mirror. And I think that I'm I'm making it bigger and bigger because I'm trying to compensate for the fact that the shape of that hand, it's not the full shape, what I was talking about. So not too big. Okay, cool. It's just see, this is me just pushing. This is my brain forcing me to do, or to think differently. And right now I know what the problem is. Like right now I see that these knuckles, like this one, sticking out the most. I want this one to be even closer to me, so I have to re-render this. Or actually, I could push this one into a background. Maybe that will be better. Maybe that one should go even closer. Got to share good news. Car is fixed. Our car repairer happened to be our friend, so we have a little VIP access for emergency. Turn out the battery was flat, so transportation issue tomorrow is going to be fine. Come on, this is awesome. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. What a coaster roller I'm on. Yee wee. It's just see, that's what I was completely positive that you're gonna figure that out and you're gonna fix it, and it's all good. It's all good. Can you imagine that you would be completely destroyed the whole day only to realize that the battery was flat? That would just, that actually works very well for us, because it proves the point that there is no reason to get annoyed and distracted because you don't know what's happening. It's not end of the world, right? So I'm so happy that this happened. So congrats. So you can right now start throwing pigments left and right and be super super brave, like totally. I'm so happy. So let me actually immediately change my mood by placing the wrong brush strokes and just make you feel even better. Because everything is back on track in your life. Everything is going your way. Let me just add a little bit of misery to myself to make your day even better, in comparison, right? Let's see. Let's just push it. This might be a little too much. So let's hide it a little bit in the back. Just a touch. Okay, yeah. Okay, right now it's just because it did not follow necessarily the light path logic, and maybe I could bring, this is like a beauty of working with not only with layers, but also wet into wet, because right now I can just really, I could push a little bit of a highlight here. Not even a highlight, but more like height of the form here on the knuckle, top form rather. And see if this is going to work a little better. And it's going to be a little bit more pronounced forward. Yeah, and also, oh, I see what the problem is. There is a shadow. Shadow shape is, I think, wrong, which gives it like that weird feeling. So it could go all the way here, and maybe I could push this. I did not give myself enough overlap. And that's what was flattening the shape. So it has to go a little bit more here. So it's one. Yeah. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. So no, I'm not going to randomly place a brush stroke. I'm going to mix the correct pigment that I'm looking for and soften this a little bit. It's going to go this way here. And that's where and I know that I'm standing really weird next to it, but I have a lot of reflections left and right. So I'm trying to make sure that and it's going to go here underneath. So this could go dark. Let me just hit it dark. And it's gonna go this way. And maybe I could create like a little bit of a cast shadow here. Ooh, that might work. A little bit of a cast shadow underneath. That's what's gonna give the sense or the meaning why there is a light right here, because there is a cast shadow. You know, the same thing that we created here, the cast shadow. And then I can soften this completely. Nice. And from the top, we can again just repaint these flowers. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Yep. I feel like throwing a big red dot on the canvas just to puke all the negative emotions out and sell it for 1 million euros, of course. Go for it. Go for it. You know, that we talked about Turner, so he did that. You should maybe relax and watch that as well, to that scene when he just, no, you should watch the whole movie. I don't want to, you know, destroy that experience that you would have from watching it whole, but he was in the same situation that you're describing right now with creating a red dot. Let me soften this so this just kind of like disappears into a background. Yeah, I think I'll do that tonight. Actually, just chill and relax. I will need it. Yeah. This is something that I used to do. Not used to do. I realized that that's what's happening. I thought that with painting, like I mentioned, you can work the same way as an accountant. That means that as long as you're going to you know, put the numbers into a calculator, you're going to get a result. But I realized that I can't really change that much a day before the exhibition, so or day before, you know, the exams, when they're going to come and check our paintings. So I can't really do anything with that. I realized that perhaps I can just sit and relax and, you know, have a cup of tea, because, you know, that when you're working on something for half a year or a year, I don't think that one evening is going to change anything. So you did a great job. You fought against all that kind of stupid things that we have to with a administration and then setting it up and promoting and so on and so forth. So I believe that there's going to be a great show. I'm 100% positive. I'm going to hit it with green. in the spirit of experimenting. So green is going to be reflected light, and I'm going to hit it really green. So this is going to be my reflected light. And you would be like, what is this doing in your hand? Nothing. It's just, I need to create the edge, and the edge is going to be green. Because it's going to work perfect against that red. And when you step back, you can't even tell that it's green. Awesome. Nice. So the only reason why I pushed the green there is because I need more saturation. And I had like very similar, like high saturation right here, but then the pole or the thing that is holding, it's almost the same color. Maybe softening this. I need to replenish my brush. And you can see how weird this green is. Like, where is this green coming from? It's just it's the reflected light from grass. And maybe I could push it even more here. Yeah, I think I could. Let's see. Maybe even more. Even greener. Could I do that? Well, maybe I could. Well, I'm going to do it anyway. So right now his hand is completely green. Because it's being reflected from the grass. And it feels a little better. And I can then, again, work the magic back by either scratching it a little bit. So it's not going to mix, it's just going to, you know, push the pigments around. Okay, cool. And then maybe I could throw a little bit of a transition value, the red transition value right here. Just a tap. I think I'm overworking it at this point, so I should stop. All these crazy pod things. Gotta love me some reflected light. Yes, exactly. Reflected light is really, really good. And you remember this when I was talking about the bringing a light back to, you know, that. That's another thing that I really want to do. And I was what's the word? I was restraining myself from doing it, but I can't. In the spirit of having fun and seeing me suffer, I'm just going to do the similar thing with, and let's throw some light values there. Like a really, maybe even this orange, since I spread it on that. And what I want to do with this clean pigment, maybe even more, I want to put a little bit of a light right here on the wheel. Just a touch. And then maybe some kind of and maybe just a little bit of sketching right here on the side. This is getting lit. Maybe this part right here. And what I'm painting right now, it's light. I'm painting strictly light. See, and I just a little bit, it's just a little touches. It gives another kind of a depth to it. It's a really weird thing to talk about, that you are painting light, but you know, Rembrandt, it's a painter of light. I don't know whether, but I think it was Vermeer that he was crowned and coined the painter of light. Because that when you look at the way how, let me just bring it for you so I don't really, I have a dirty fingers, I don't want to, where's my paper towels? Because I was going through the Vermeer's book, sitting and just going through it, and this is what you can see in his work. Like look at this. I just opened the book randomly, and you can see that he's actually painting a light on the top. So there is a local color almost like, and then he's painting on the top. I mean, he's so good. We don't need to even talk about Vermeer and his awesomeness. But I think that this is, look at this, look at this. He painted light on the top. Like look at the garment. Right? So that's what I mean when I said that I'm painting a light. Or look at, like from a distance, this is like a still life. But when you get closer to it, check, those are just the brush strokes. Right brush stroke, right shape, on the right spot. That's what painting is about. That's the whole spiel. That's the Vermeer there for you. Another important kind of idea when it comes to painting, that you don't, and this is, I think this all comes down to Delacroix that we talked about so much about. And this is exactly, right now I should probably take a picture for you, but it's really overcast here, and you can see literally zero shadows anywhere outside. You can't see a shadow. Yesterday I was posting on the Discord that photograph of a, well, that's like when I get out from my studio, that is what I see. So I took a picture immediately to show you that there is a light side and there is a dark side, and how that randomness of a shadow can create a very convincing composition that can help improve these things. So what I did with these brushstrokes right here, and this goes specifically to you, DM, I didn't paint a wheel, I didn't paint a specific object, I painted a reflection of a light or illusion of a light sitting on the top of a form, rather. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Yes, I am implementing that in my work today, well, as much as I can, because my focus is all over the place. I understand that. It's just these are just the little things, but hear me out. These little brush strokes, this is what makes it look like it is so effortless. We've worked so hard on getting to this stage, and right now is where the fun starts. But here's the thing, this is something that you cannot be taught. This is something that you have to experience, and it's part of your painting style. It cannot be forced. It cannot be forced. You can try, it cannot be forced. You can replicate, but you can replicate it only because other people have done that. You cannot make it your own. And that's why I love to use Rembrandt, Vermeer, Velázquez, not because I want to steal their ideas, because they have they created, how would I put this? You could actually, when you paint more and more, you can see the similarities, and you are coming up with the same result. We're coming up with the same issues throughout the process, and then they have the answer because they took it to another level. I don't know if that even makes sense, but we are slowly almost there. It's not that far away from actually being either a good painting or like a good, when I say good painting, good representation of all the information that you gathered throughout your painting experience. Because here in this painting, I am pulling all the tricks from the sleeve that I have. And simultaneously, I'm adding new ones because I need them. because the actual existing set of ideas that I had, it's not enough for the painting of this scale. It's simply not enough. The same thing as at the beginning with the sketch, you need 2, maybe 3 values, and that's it. Larger sketch, you need 5. Bigger, you need 7. More, 10, 15, 20, you know, fill the blank. That's a sexy hand. Thank you. Appreciate it. I should probably start clipping also your comments, Token Princess, because DM also sometimes is something that has like completely, you know, threw me off with the conversation. I'm just, and I'm laughing. I'm sorry. I'm out of the camera. My whole face is brighten up because of this. And this is another problem that I have, that I'm trying to talk to you a little bit more like it's like a more what's the word that I'm looking for, more about like the idea behind why the brushstroke is there, which is a little bit more advanced than, oh, you have to put the brushstroke here because of the form. And I'm outside of your view or outside of a frame, only because I'm trying to look at my painting, and as I go and as I'm explaining, I'm trying to make sense of what's happening here with my painting. So you guys are awesome. It's so good. Men's hands are a turn on. I don't know. Maybe they are. I don't know. So okay, so there's another thing that I should do. I should turn it upside down so we can see the composition, whether it works or not. And it's getting really dark in my studio. I don't know if you guys can see it. There is is it lagging a stream? Because it might be also. It should be. It should be brighter. They did not. It's just. It almost seems like there's going to be a rain happening. So let's make a. Let's have it upside down. Yeah, I think this is going to work. I just need to bring more to this. Right now, the important part would be. Let me just put it over this. Right now, the important part would be to get other parts moving. So if the hand is here, I need to start working on the shape of his body. I have to resolve these. And here, right, in these areas, I have to put a little bit more details in terms of like maybe even render actual, like a, you know, like I said, blades of grass to fit it into this. Because obviously the hand is overworked right now compared to other things. Just to, you don't see any lag? Okay, that's cool. Because I saw that the wind started to pick up because there is a flag right outside of my window, and the clouds suddenly showed up. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys not, I'm not disconnected right now. So it's cool. Another thing is that what I see immediately, it's a problem with the wheel a little bit. You see like this, I need to correct that. Because it kind of, I don't know, it destroys the shape of the wheel. And I think that I could actually do it simply with just a dark shape. Oops. Did I? Don't ever put your cup on the palette. It's just, I don't know if I drip the paint in there. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. So I'm looking here, see, like this is a problem. Like this is too wide compared to this, So it feels that it's not symmetrical. So let me maybe just do a quick mental adjustment here maybe for myself. So then, so I can actually put a little bit of shadow right here. So it ends here this way. Just a little bit, yeah, to give it a, and maybe a little bit of, you know, like a imperfection here. Because I don't want it to be symmetrical. So I'm using this randomness of a brush right now to help me determine, not determine, to fix certain issues. Let me get also a slightly smaller one. And let's get into this beautiful brown that we just discovered. See, I was thinking that I don't have a burnt sienna. I found that I have this, and this is a big helper right now. We're just having so much fun with this pigment, right? So another thing is might be, oh, that's a disaster. How can you, and all these excuses. No, it's just, all right, we're gonna test it. So I'm gonna push this a little bit, this edge a little bit more here. Just a touch. And not everywhere, just this part right here, and then I'm just going to let it do its work, right? So it's not going to be exactly, you know, changing everything, just a little part. And the fact that it's a little wobbly, it's making it look, to me, it's making it look a little bit more realistic. And then maybe here, this part, and then pushing it this way, right? And then perhaps I could put like a little bit more light right here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is too much, but let's see. Just a little bit this way. That might be too much. Never mind, I can always fix it later. And you can see right now how this line, it's really too harsh, so I have to connect it with the background. This has to be a soft transitions. The moment that you're going to start putting details here, you would then have to render everything, because otherwise it just look out of the place. It would look out of the place. So we have that. For me, it's more dangerous if I paint with watercolor or gouache. Oil. With oil, it's not a big problem because you used all metal jar, so my brain is used to that. Yeah, but if think about it, I have a metal jar, and this is also a metal jar. So. Another thing is, I'm afraid more about the watercolors and gouache, because I don't know about you, but there is a, and this is the, I don't want to say that it's the most disgusting habit, but there is something that everyone that worked with watercolors experienced, and it is when you're trying to do details, you want to have a nice pointy brush. So what we do, and this is automatic to every professional watercolor painter I saw, they're going into their mouth and they're shaping it with their mouth. Crazy, crazy. That's what I saw. I can't even, to the point that I was like, guys, why are you doing this? Well, I'm shaping my brush. With what? With mouth. It's just the water and pigment. And I'm like, dude, this is it's called cadmium red. I don't think that that's just the pigment. And no way I would do that. They're crazy. It's just but hear me out. This is not one person that would be crazy. It's just, I remembered in the school, we went outside to paint as a group. Actually, after the first year at the academy, the first year students, the good ones with the good grades, they're going like throughout the whole school, right? Including, because we have a, oil painting department, and then graphic design, which is more watercolors and gouache and this. So we went as a whole group, it was like, I don't know, 50 of us for 2 months to paint outside. School has a remote location, kind of a base, like a hotel or hostel rather, for students. So we are two months there painting outdoors, and I see these graphic designers, not the graphic designers, the graphic department students licking their brushes like crazy. I'm like, guys, it was so funny. Sounds like a cancer. Well, I hope not. I hope not. I hope they're all okay. And actually everybody told, even teachers told them, guys, stop doing it. And they're like, yeah. But it's like they don't even realize that they're doing it, because it's just, it's like me. I'm wiping my brushes. I'm not really paying attention to that. Maybe they're trying to get high from it. Yeah. Wouldn't recommend that. No. This is trust me. You're not. If there is something that I know for sure, you're not going to get high from licking any cadmium. No, this is not going to happen. I mean, you might want to think of that. That's what will happen, but no. And there is a saying, you shouldn't get high on your own supplies, right, guys? Don't get high on your own supplies. It's not worth it. It is not worth it at all. I want to push that wheel even brighter. Okay, this is gonna be crazy, guys. I'm just gonna go right here. This is the reflection of the wheel. I think it can take more. Of course it can. Of course it can. Not even a big deal. See, and you would never, like this cannot be a pigment or color of a this cannot be the color of a metal. Well, it's not the color of a metal, it's the color that will happen when I don't know what will happen. In this world that I'm painting, this is what's happening. So get used to that. And maybe you can just push it like a little reflections here, perhaps. It's like a little light catching it. I don't know from where, maybe it's reflecting from somewhere. Who knows and who cares? That's not important. Again, this is the power of working from imagination. Maybe a little bit even here to show that the wheel it's turning that way. I don't know, maybe. But somehow it looks like it's properly reflected. I don't know, it's just, I think it works. And if not, I can always repaint it, like what's the big deal? So maybe we can push even more of that. Like there could be like a light right here. Wait, light right here on that top part. Light right here. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it might work. But remember, these things are happening not because I'm seeing them there or they should be there. I think that that's what the painting requires or asking for or whatever because I want to show the light. I want to paint that light. And if Vermeer can do that, so should I. I should be allowed to do it as well, So I'm allowing myself, on behalf of a Vermeer, to do the same thing, to paint the light on the top of the form. And I could maybe push it in the spirit of Vermeer. I could maybe push it here as well, to show the little bit of that sliver of light that it's right here, and it hits the end of the pole. A little bit. It might be too much, but that's okay. We can always fix that. With the finger, since I don't have a glove, I'm immediately, you can see me like no gloves, the fingers are out. Fingers are out immediately, like my hand feels it. There's a time, you know, you don't restrain me with the glove, I'm just going to go for it. Okay, another thing, we should push that, maybe the foot of this guy right now, because that, like, check this out. I have this, what is this? I don't know, it's just, I just put the brush stroke there. It can be whatever, it's just a light spot. Then I have this, and if I push the light spot right here, we're going to create another bright diagonal right there. So it's still, even though it's a very static image, by creating these light areas, we're pushing that, what is it? It's a, what would it be? It's a, I'm trying to find the word. It's a implied line. I'm sorry. I'm creating implied line by actually placing a light. And this is, you can see, like, I just went with the light brush. It's not working because this is what you would call chalky, because I have a desaturated pink next to a desaturated gray. So right now, instead of this, this is not light on this surface. If the light is shining and this is so much saturation around, I have to go a little bit more saturated. That means that I have to go with these pigments right here. So you can see immediately how chalky it looks down there, desaturated. That's the movement of that implied line. Maybe, yeah, maybe you can work with that a little bit more. Maybe I could make these portraits right here in the back. And you can see how they are, and they seem that they are incorporated. Do you know why? Because we painted them wet into the wet, and it's still a little tacky. But it also, it's not being, no, I don't want to say overworked. It's not being, it is not, it has no texture on top of it. So it was not painted in pasto. That's why they look like they belong to the background. Because everything that is here has more contrast, and you can even see like this is like a lot of brush strokes there. There's a lot of things happening. I will take a picture of that and then post it I will post it on the Discord for you guys, so you can see what I'm talking about. Especially that green. You're not going to believe how green that is right there. But you can't even see the green there. Barely. So that's something to actually think about. And it goes back to that color harmony and color relationship, or hue relationship, or the color wheel. You can call it however you want. And since these guys are right now incorporated so nice into a background, just a simple thick brushstroke or impasto brushstroke would create again the same thing that Vermeer is doing, that we talked about. There is a light actually laid down, or actually it's placed on top of the form rather than just trying to render a light. It's a difficult thing to Myron, how's it going, man? Good to see you. I just see that you went to that bandwagon of subscribers, man. Thank you, I appreciate it, dog. That's nice. You should be ready for disappointment with these subscriptions when these paintings are not going to go the way that we want to. It's gonna be a lot of disappointment. So I'm just a heads up for you guys. You're on the phone? Okay, all right, dog. All right, good. All right. What is that? What would be the another? See, I'm feeling this is. It looks so interesting here right now when I'm looking at upside down. I have to zoom it in. Imposter syndrome. And that's not my first sub, actually. Token Princess is the first sub. Token Princess, she came up with that idea, and she was the first one to sub. Okay, let me just get it closer. So this is where we at. I know that you missed that? Oh, okay. Well, Token Princess, we talked about that. Oh, because you were running late today. You had the car trouble, so we had a chance to have fun in the chat prior to your prior to your departure, prior to you joining us. So I zoomed it in because I want to show you that randomness that's happening right here. Like, look at these are just the dots, but somehow they're so well incorporated there because it was that spontaneous, just having fun. And you remember I said, I feel like I need some more people here. I just put them there. There is nothing very specific. The hand is done. Don't touch it. Okay, all right. The hand is done. It's just it's not done, but it's going to happen. You can make it even better, because right now it's, again, as I said, it's just rendered, right? Right now we have to create the feeling that it belongs to that space. It cannot live on its own. It is a focal point. But can you imagine how even better it's going to be when we start carving into this the same way and create beautiful ornament right here? I'm so excited. I have a goosebumps because I'm ready for the ornaments right here. And the same thing with the head. It doesn't need to be a lot, just a little light spot on the top. Similarly as this one is treated. You can see that this one is closer to us than these ones right here. That's what makes it so interesting. How can I get better? Wow, well, here is how can it get better. It can get better because of the surrounding environment. We have a lead character, but we need the perfect cast members around, and then we need the perfect set where the story is happening, right? So that's how we can get better. You're gonna still feel the hand, you're gonna still get that understanding of a hand, but the whole thing is going to be, okay guys, you guys are being crazy right now with this subscription, but I'm really, really happy. That's just, that's awesome. DM7, that's awesome. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. This is just, we're on the hype train. I don't know what that means, but I guess that is just because there are so many subs happening here. So thank you guys. This is getting away from painting, so let's focus back on the painting. I really appreciate that, but you can see the half of my face. Let me just zoom out. Okay, so I'm zoom in and zoom out. So you can see the whole painting. Yes, focus on the painting. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. This is awesome. I hope that I'm not going to disappoint you. I'll do my best to push this forward, and I really appreciate it. It's humbling, and it's an enormous amount of it's that encouragement that actually forces me to push even further. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And you know, to prove you that I really, really appreciate the things that you guys just did, is to get you as much as I can with that painting. So let's continue. What time is it? Okay, it's almost done, but I really appreciate it. The only way we would be disappointed is if you don't stream, not the content you are in. Thank you, I appreciate it, guys. I really do. I really do. I saw that I can do these emoticons and stuff. So maybe that's another thing that I was thinking we could have fun to create some of those our own, to draw them in and share and spread around. So. Let's see, there might be some of the bad painting Fridays having fun. Yeah, and if the Russia thing doesn't work out, that's also fine. I'm working on it. Right now I'm in the position that it should be plausible. Let's assume, and this is not assume. Let's hope that nothing changes or nothing goes even worse when it comes to these frictions between countries, because that will switch things very quickly to off. But in that case, probably I would have to departure as well. So I think it's going to work. I even actually I was thinking about, and we can because it's I have to switch to another. I really have to be precise today. I have to end at 4. This could be our closing thing. I would definitely sums up everything, and I will put it on the Discord into announcements. So this is what I have. I have a announcements section there in the Discord. So all the information, all the important information about what's happening, you will be able to read there. And then we have a creative discourse where we can post and put our paintings and share the information and comments and bring that digital atelier a little bit closer to us. And then we have a Bad Painting Friday separate section. So we're just gonna work on the Bad Painting Friday. And then I have a separate one which is called right now the project Cyril and Methodius, because I'm working on this. Then we can switch to another project that I want to work right after I finish this one, which is going to be about another important character or another important person in our history. And we will talk more and more about that. There is a lot of things, because I'm going to be part of the larger project. It is, again, non-disclosure agreement, so I'll have to be like a specific, because it's a combination of other things. I can't really talk about that. It's going to be excited as well. So that's going to be, when it comes to a Discord, I will be, the problem with the Discord is that I know that it does not work overseas, so I can't really deal with that. But I know that Twitch still works. I'm right now working with I'm trying to find a solution through the VPNs, probably how to do it. I'm afraid that if I'm running the live stream through the VPN, it might be really lagging. And the problem is how good of an internet I can get for only 2.5 or 3 months. I don't think that, I can't sign any contracts and stuff like that. So that's another issue. And the prices are going to be like ridiculous. But I'm working on it. I'm trying to put things together, and I appreciate your support. That's what I was trying to say. And also, I started with something that triggered a question, one of your informations actually. Maybe you can stream at lower resolution or something like that. I don't know if I can choose an actual resolution. Maybe I can. I have to really dig into this. Another thing is that I can't probably get all the equipment that I have here in the studio, because it's physically impossible. But I have like the small setup that it might work, which I'm excited about because it's like a traveling thing. And all this should be plausible. It's going to be, I'm going to stop streaming for a week. That's actually what I wanted to talk about. So from Monday till Monday, the whole week starting next week, I'm not going to be able to stream because I need to travel. I have a really long transfer or waiting time for transfer. It's almost 12 hours. If everything goes right, it's going to be only 12 hours. But I experienced way more delays and waitings, even the canceled flights and so on and so forth. And then I have to come there. I have to set up. I have to find the space. I have to do all the stuff. So we're going to have a week break. But then I would try to at least keep you posted with some pictures and ideas what's happening on the Discord. So I might have another small room where it's going to be trying to post what's happening. If all this fails, as far as I'm concerned, Twitter or X still works. So I will try to then use more X, even though I'm not big of a fan, or Blue Sky. I don't know if Blue Sky works, but X for sure works. I have that confirmed. So we will see. I think it might be okay. And if not, I will find another way. That's the same thing that we talked about today throughout the stream. There are some hurdles, there are some problems, but there is always a solution to all these problems. So I hope that I'll be able to do it. I believe that YouTube will die because of this, because YouTube does not work very well. And I think that I would have a really, really hard time to upload the videos there. I try to I try to actually record them and store them on my hard drive, but these files are enormously big, right? With the quality and so on and so forth. So, but I want to show you the whole experience, like from the beginning till the end, how I start to paint. I already ordered a new canvas. I already ordered a stretcher bars. It's supposed to be ready for Friday. It's going to be delivered to a studio. So when I get to next week, when I get to St. Petersburg, I should be able to paint immediately because I have no time to waste. So that's that. Perhaps I will get a different camera set up only because the cameras are big and tripods and so on and so forth. I don't know. I have to figure that out. So that's that. But like I said, these information I'm giving you, they are actually accurate right now. 5 minutes after this, I might receive the phone call that this and this is not possible. This and this you can't do. This and this you won't be able to execute and so on and so forth. So like I said, I appreciate your support. You guys are awesome. Let's not kid each other. You guys are awesome, really. And I enjoy to be in this shared digital atelier with you guys. I really have to go. What time is it? I'm looking at I have 3 more minutes. So don't forget what we talk about today, coming back to painting. It's about the light. It's about having really, I was experimenting, I was moving things around, and I can, I'm starting to have a little better example, or a little better idea about the finished project, this particular one, which it's going to be way easier for me when I go and paint there, because I already know where to put the figures. I already know where to put the wheel, what the size I need, right? So these things that I'm doing, it's just really more about just pushing and moving around. And I remember what I wanted to say. Since I would have to paint a lot during that trip to St. Petersburg, I might do the thing that I will stream silently so you can see what's happening in the studio, because there might be another people there. It's just going to be just you will be seeing what I do, perhaps also a palette, just see and being involved, and so you don't miss the progress. And then I'm thinking that we can have like 2 or 3 hours actually stream when we talk and I respond all the informations and questions. And then I can probably switch it off and keep that silent stream going with the camera. So I cannot do 24/7 because that's absolutely like why, but I can actually turn the camera at the moment when I enter the studio, but I won't be able to talk simultaneously all the time because believe it or not, when I paint, or actually, that's a good example. The last time, that I said about that painting Friday, I still have it here because, if I'm fully, and this is the one that I'm talking about. You remember the girl. So if I'm fully in the presence of actually painting, I can paint portraits fairly quickly because I have the most experience with them. So those will go like extremely just like, I'm not afraid of that. What I'm afraid of are specifically these things like the hands and the other elements. And that is also why I pushed so hard to get this to finish, even though it's not going to be finished and does not need to be finished, you know, in the time that I wanted to. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a roller coaster. So you literally need only your phone or tablet to stream, no mic and all that. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's just the quality of a stream and your you're not getting that value that I want to provide, that feeling of being part of that painting process. That's the only thing that that kind of suffers then. And I don't want you to feel, and this goes not only for you guys, but also another people that would like to be part of that experience. It can get them, I don't want to say disengaged, but it's just it's another hurdle. Already painting is difficult, and right now even, you know, seeing and watching something that it's badly put together, I know that it would completely what would be the word? It would completely it would ruin my experience. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, but thank you for joining me here. I'm looking at the, yes, it's already 4. I have to reset because I have another private lessons that I have to attend, as you guys know. And then I also have a gallery opening. One of my friends invited me to see a gallery opening, so I might be able to pop into a gallery and support some other artists because there's no because I like to do it and I like to see a new art around me. So if you have a chance and if you have a gallery openings around in your area, stop by and support your fellow artists, because it's nothing worse than having your gallery opening and there is like 2 people there. That's just that's heartbreaking, and it happens. It happens to all of us. It's part of the experience. But if you can manage without this experience, everything is going to be good. So yeah, it was awesome today, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to keep working on that painting also tomorrow. As I mentioned, Friday we might move it because the people are going to check out that painting, whether or not it fits to their ideas or their environment. And also we're going to discuss if I actually want to display this painting in that place, because that's another thing that you can actually disagree with, that, oh, I don't want it to be displayed this because I disagree with the ideology of a company. I know it happens. I saw it. It happens to me. There are certain people that I don't want to be associated with. So let's see what's going to happen. I will definitely keep you posted. So there's a lot of awesome things coming. So hopefully we can keep up this. Lastly, and this is the most important thing, you have to join me. Not you have to. The best way to enjoy these streams is to actually join me and paint alongside. And you don't have to paint. You can create whatever you want, whether it's with sculpting, whether it's digital, whether it's just a pen and paper or pen and pencil. You don't need anything else, just a paper, which you can, you know, grab the one from the copy machine. Those are ideal. And you have the yellow HB or what is it? Yellow pencil number 2, that's HB pencil, that's between the soft and hards, it's exactly in the middle. And that's all you need to start actually exploring these ideas and trying to communicate with the world through imagery. So I'm looking forward to all your great effort. There's a Discord server that we have that I'm waiting for your posts. And as much as I can, I will try to comment and leave some information for you. And then, you know, I'm expecting the same from you to give me some feedback, very much needed feedback, and constructive criticism, because that's what makes better art. So I hope you guys had a great time. I certainly did. We solved a lot of problems, and I'm looking forward to to see you tomorrow. So stay cool, and I'll see you later. Bye.